Hello, my computer duders. It's that time again. You know what time I mean. Let's launch into the Talos principle, VR. We're eventually going to play Portal 2 VR, but only once I figure out how to get it to display correctly. Today's not that day, unfortunately. Ow, fuck my eardrums. Ow! Why? For what reason? Give me them Gregorian chanters. You know what I like. You know what I'm into. Appreciate the correct controllers. Imagine that's a nightmare for devs, having to include every type of VR controller so that it displays correctly. Thank you. What'd you think? Like, God, what the fuck? I haven't seen you in like a year. Where have you been? I thought you were dead, homie. Is that what you were talking about, Short Talk, when you said it's been 16 years between Wolfenstein 3D and Garfield? I didn't realize that's what you're talking about. Really? I don't know who to believe. All the Sony ponies are saying it's bad because it's an exclusive on Xbone. And all the Xbots are saying it's good because it's an exclusive on Xbone. I don't know who to believe. I haven't been tempted by any console exclusive for like the past 5 years, 10 years, except for Dreams on PS4. And I guess PS5. Dreams actually is a legitimately compelling value proposition that I wish was on PC. I've seen stuff. It's basically Newgrounds, but instead of flash animation in games, it's like the same thing but with polygons. If you're wondering why I'm so short in this game, this is a manlet simulator. Moonshot. Fan? I don't have a fan yet. I need that, apparently. What do you mean, fan? I need cube, which I have cube. Damn, this game's pretty sometimes. I forget, Light. You have VR, don't you? I remember you having VR. I don't remember when we talked about that. Ah, stop it. Stop skipping. For fuck's sake, I have 32 gigs of RAM. What does that say? Look hard enough. Retrieve these sigils. I don't know why. Can I shine the... Will that work through a gate? Is my question. Well, there's a lot of good stuff in VR you might not have played, like Talos Principle VR. Streaming has kept me using it every other day. There's a lot of content out there. Okay, so can I do 2 of these at once? No, it won't let me. Made by Scro Team. The Croatian scrotums. Okay, so that does that. This goes... here. You're about to get shit on. Broken Reality 2000 is going to have VR support out of the box. I'm looking forward to that. Talos Principle 2 is coming out. I'd be really shocked if that doesn't have VR support. Ow. Oh, that explains why. Are you still doing that? Well, this can't be as simple as it looks, is it? What the fuck? Why was that one easy? Why was that one easy? Did I just guess it correctly? Was it supposed to be more difficult? Oh, I have a new computer, kind of. Light, you probably don't know about that. Courtesy of Short Talk. He sent me his hand-me-downs. I got a new motherboard, a new CPU, which is roughly twice as fast as the old one in practice. On paper, it's like three or four times faster. It's got twice as many cores, running at slightly faster clock speeds, and Short Talk can fill you in. And it seems to have solved most of the problems with performance when streaming. What's more important is the upgradability. I'm not at the absolute limit of what this socket will support like I was on the other one. Although the other one would have accepted an i7, but an i7 would not have been worthwhile, really. Only a quarter in electricity to make 17 cents. Wow. What a bargain! Here I am like a plebeian using mine to stream VR. Making like $60 every 2 months now. It's pretty good. I didn't realize, I guess, naive hamdad that I am. What the hell is going on? There we go. That, what was I saying? Oh yeah, that modern games are CPU bound in the way they are. It doesn't feel like they should be. Like, not a lot is going on here in this game to explain why it would be CPU heavy. But a lot of modern games do seem more CPU demanding than they were. When I bought my computer, I actually didn't get the newest CPU because the guy at the store said, for VR gaming, no, what you want to put your money into is the GPU. And at the time, he wasn't wrong. He became wrong since then. Excuse me, Short Talk, it was not from 2012. It was from 2013, I'll have you know. Big difference. Completely different. Oh, I want that. I want that. What GPU are you running? I mean, maybe you're mining Bitcoin on the same, or Ethereum rather. No, you do that on a separate machine. Never mind. I don't know what it is then. I've been getting a lot of use out of VR, but then again, I was big gay for VR for many years. Basically since 1993, or 92 even. As a kid, when I first found out about it, I was entranced by the concept, and I went through my own sort of apocalypse when VR died. My own emotional apocalypse. Where the coolest future tech I wanted looked like it was never going to happen. And then it came back out of nowhere. It's like the second coming of Techno Jesus. What else happened? Oh, I replaced the battery in my watch, which was incredibly fiddly. I was terrified I was going to break something every step of the process. I need to convert my Bitcoin to Monero. The only reason I haven't so far is because the losses canceled out the taxes I would have had to pay last year. So letting the IRS see my crypto has not so far worked out poorly for me. What's the point of this? Oh, wait a minute. What if I do... Can I... Wait a minute. No, that's stupid. It wouldn't let me do that, would it? Yes, it does. That works. Why does that work? I mean, I'm glad it does, but why? Okay, so that opens that one. But the question remains. That'll do for there. That's how you're supposed to do that, I think. That's weird that it lets you do that. I guess I'm still thinking in terms of Doom line of sight logic. This gets me the keys. Gimme. I want that. Okay, so now I can reposition. I haven't seen any reason not to keep my index so far. There's nothing out there that's meaningfully better for anywhere near the same price point. Vario Aero recently came down in price by 50%. Because fucking nobody was buying it because it was a $2,000 headset with a worse FOV than Index. Resolution's way better, but then again, I can't really drive that resolution. So far, the only mass market HMD with foveated rendering is PSVR 2. To my knowledge, I don't know if Vario Aero has it or not. I was gonna say I thought I grabbed that. Okay, hang on. So I'm at their end here. Is that we're all connected? What are we? Child program. Terminated. Designer for serpent in its heart. The serpent of disobedience and subversion. Progeny program, Samsara sheep. What are we indeed? This is cool watching. I've had this thought before, but I never thought of how to turn it into a story. I don't know why. Starfield seems pretty Reddit to me. And I know that's kind of a buzzword, but I don't think I'm wrong either. Have I been down here? What else is new? I got a really tiny battery-operated air compressor for my car tires and my bicycle tires. And it works really well. It's made by Xiaomi. But no sooner had I purchased it than did I find out on Kickstarter that there's a company that's making one the size of a roll of quarters. To which I say, how? How is that even possible? I sure would like to know how the fuck they're managing to do that. Like, what changed to make compressors that small possible? It would have to be magnet strength, but I don't recall reading about any breakthroughs in the strength of rare earth magnets. It wouldn't even be so bad about Starfield if you could choose to go against the Redditism. But from what I read, it's everywhere in the universe. You don't really get a choice to not be Reddit. Do I want that one open or closed? Does that matter? If I bring this over here. Oh no, I can't do that. It's got to be over here then. Well, then there's one I just can't open. Wonder what you're supposed to do about that. It makes one wonder with every movie depicting like 90-pound women as being black belts who can body 200-pound muscle, like fucking ripped bodybuilders. Why there hasn't been at least one guy so far in history who like buys into it and is like, wow, women must all be mighty warriors. I've got to test out this hypothesis, and he just goes around beating up small women. And then protesting in court that everything in movies led him to believe that they would be able to defend themselves. Because this doesn't add up. That one goes to there, I believe. As long as I've got VR and a place to live, the world can go to hell outside of it for all I care. That's open. That seems like that works. Maybe that's the solution. What the fuck is that? What happened there? What's going on there? Why is that allowed? That's ghost crime. Motherfucking spooky ghost crime. That's weird level of detail bullshit happening. It's rare to see one that doesn't have any laser reflectors as part of the puzzle. I wonder what that means. This opens, but this stays the way that it is. Stays turned on. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Hang the fuck on. Shut the front door. There's an opening there. So if there's a way to get 2 of these... I think I know what to do now. Okay. I'm gonna get one of these through that shield. That's not entirely true. I do care to some degree, what happens. I just feel powerless to do anything. With all the shit going on in the world and people being punished for trying to stop it. It's really demoralizing. Here we go. Now we're talking. Oh, but how to get through here, though? Maybe... That can't be right. Here we go. I'm on to something. We're getting there little by little. This is a problem concerning me as a aspiring writer, because the climate is such that you cannot succeed if you don't write shit along those lines. I don't really want to. I don't want to do that. That doesn't leave me with many options for what I can write that has a chance of actually getting published. It's like, remember the Trollolo song? You know the history of that song, what it is? It's Trollolo because the original lyrics were deemed to have promoted capitalism, like how the father's a breadwinner or something. Something too bougie, too capitalistic. So they just got rid of the lyrics and they're like, oh, well, fuck, we have a song now, but we don't have lyrics. So they just filled it with Trollolo. Yeah, what's going on with that? It seems like there's oil industry shills. They're really, really prolific on X.com now. Nearly everything about using less oil and using more renewable energy has people saying this equals poverty, this equals famine, which seems to be the way to scare people who are concerned about not having enough for themselves into supporting more pollution. Let me try to work this out, okay? That's there. I need to be able to get through that one. I already got through that one and did what I needed to do. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to temporarily freeze one of them to create a delay before one of them moves. Then I can just put everything back the way it was and go through. How do people associate fossil fuels with low prices and then go turn around and complain about gas prices? Those two things seem mutually exclusive to me. The cheapest energy you can have is solar. It's now economically competitive without subsidies and has been since... I forget when I read that headline, but it was a couple years ago. Batteries are the issue now. I am myself a broke-ass N-word, so... Pardon my hypocrisy saying this, but it seems like a lot of reactionary conservative sentiment politically is by people who are living at or below the poverty line, who feel as if it's not their fault, and it might not be, and that everything would be different, and they would be much more competitive and much wealthier if they just rearranged the deck chairs on the Titanic a little bit. They're scrounging in their lives for additional sources of savings, and people in that position who feel slighted and feel humiliated and disempowered are not necessarily prioritizing moral concerns like the environment. They're thinking that tends to be a top of the Maslow's hierarchy kind of thing. People worry about if they're living up to their moral values once they have enough to eat and they're not living paycheck to paycheck. Which is kind of fair. And that fair enough. It's hard to worry about anything at all until you have your basic needs met. It's a class issue. It's like how they feel they're being pressured to buy electric cars they can't afford. So the solution is not to complain about them being unaffordable. It's for them to decide, I hate electric cars and everything about them, and to find reasons not to like them, which is a problem. Because when they do become affordable, they don't want them. Because they've decided that electric cars are symbolic of the enemy tribe. I don't know what the solution is. Part of it would be for Democrats to drop the weird sex stuff, because that really turns a lot of people off of supporting them, who otherwise would. That might be a controversial sentiment, but that really does not seem necessary economically. That's a very small portion of the population that benefits in any way. But they're apparently willing to die on that hill, and I fear they might. It's not that I disagree with them on most things, but that I want them to be perfect, and they're not. It's just really not a good investment of their time and energy. Because it's something most people don't agree on. Let's see. That opens that gate. This opens this gate. Do I still need the one in there, though? I wonder. A lot of it seems unnecessary and questionable lately. I haven't been. I feel like I have not fundamentally moved that much politically, but on certain issues I have shifted greatly. Like the whole reading stories about weird sex stuff to kids in schools and how insistent the left is on that. And me wondering, how does this improve humanity? How does this make anything better? How does this improve education? A lot of leftist stuff, and like the model of literacy education that they pushed for a long time, turned out to be completely fucking bunk. There's an article I read on that lately, from a leftist source, about how basically a whole generation of students had their ability to read crippled by an ideologically driven method of teaching literacy that was theorized to basically they blamed lack of literacy in certain demographics on the way that they were taught. And so they came up with what they thought was a more intuitive method of teaching besides like phonics and shit. And that turned out not to be true. And that completely fucking mangled the ability of an entire generation of students to read. There's something I'm missing here. If you want to revolutionize education, figure out a way to turn lessons into shit like this. Imagine if education was gamified, and that if we used what we have learned so far about communicating concepts intuitively through tutorials and whatnot, and get through gameplay, to teaching other kinds of things. That seems at least potentially fruitful. Unless I'm just a big stupid dummy head. I'm gonna take a peek in here and see what I'm missing. There's only 3 of these. Or are there? What's back here? Oh, it's fucking nothing. Yeah, I kind of support that. Because I think we stand to gain tremendously versus getting directly involved ourselves militarily in Europe. If you're on board with Russia and are cool with Russia winning, I can understand why you would regard that as a waste of money, though. I'm weighing it against what another Afghanistan-style boondoggle would cost us. So if I can't move this one, or that one doesn't stay open. Does this work? No, that does not work. That's not allowed. Huh. Alright, well, there's got to be some way to do it. I don't see anything back here. I will say that it seems like a bad idea to send Abrams tanks to Ukraine. Abrams is the glass cannon. It has world-leading performance, but it's also a baby. It's, from what I've read, it's very dependent upon frequent maintenance and expensive specialized parts, and it uses its own specific fuel. Other tanks don't use it. It doesn't seem like a good fit for the Ukrainian battlefield. It seems like what's going to happen with the Abrams is that we're going to send the most expensive tank in the world to Ukraine. It's going to break down before they get to use it or after they use it once or twice. And then they're not going to be able to fix it. And they're not going to be able to get the type of fuel they need to the front lines. Which actually, if anything, seems like a good reason to rethink the Abrams as our main battle tank. It's sustainable only in a world where we assume functionally unlimited United States logistical capacity that will never be compromised. That doesn't seem like a safe bet to me. It would probably be... I'm not a military expert type of nerd. But it seems to me that other countries benefit from having simpler tanks in terms of being able to continue operating even if logistics are disrupted. Being more repairable and not making as many compromises for the sake of performance. What the fuck am I supposed to do here? That's this whole game. This whole game is just what the fuck do I do here? That gate back there does not open unless we have one of these pointed at it. So that's got to stay back there, which means I only have 2 of these left that can do the job. That's a fucking problem. Let me take another look back here. I feel like that's got to be where the answer is. Like in a really hairy situation where China went nuclear and we couldn't rely on uninterrupted logistics and our military industrial complex was compromised. If we were relying on Abrams, it really seems like it could put us in a bad situation pretty quickly. Unless I'm stupid and don't know what I'm talking about, which is always a possibility. Okay, so that's there. I've got the orbs going the way I need them to go. Can I put one of these projectors on top of the orb? Would that work? Maybe there's something I missed back there. This is frustrating. I got so close to the solution. I tried so hard. I got so far. But in the end, it doesn't even match us. I'm just kind of planning for the potential of falling on hard times and still being able to fight wars effectively. I understand they're not planning for that, though. It's not planning for failure. It's the opposite. It's not having a safety net and assuming that you cannot possibly be humbled. It's an impressive machine. It's impressive we have the ability to support such a machine. But it's the same issue with the F-35. Magnificent machine, magnificent engineering, but very compared to the Warthog, which it's replacing. I mean, the Warthog was a spectacular airplane, and especially in terms of the simplicity and what you got for what you paid. Everybody loves the Warthog. All my homies love the Warthog. Replacing it with one plane is more parsimonious on paper, but things should be as simple as they possibly can be, not simpler. And that really doesn't simplify it, because the F-35 is this space age fucking flying computer with all this shit that can, and all these moving parts. Can I make these blow up somehow and disable shields? I wonder. I must be missing something. It's like when you have something that works perfectly, disrupting that for theoretical gains. Then again, there must be some guys smarter than me who made that decision, who understand the reasons better. I shouldn't presume to know better than them. I just know that everybody I know who has served has only good things to say about the Warthog and only bad things to say about the F-35. Although it has come a long way. There were a lot of really serious teething issues with that plane. That have now mostly been overcome. Let me try something. Maybe I missed... Maybe I didn't find something in there I needed to find. What if there was another projector in there and I didn't see it? Did you know this used to be how you walked forward in VR? In 90s VR? They hadn't worked out to like hand controllers yet. They used gloves, so you had to do gestures. This was walk forward, thumbs up, pointing at you, was walk backwards. I think strafing left and right was thumbs left, thumbs right. And someone thought that was intuitive. Weird feeling having nostalgia for early VR. Like early as in like 2016. And having people turn their nose up at it when it's fucking spectacular compared to everything that came before it. And it's a huge quantum leap. Like, to get the quality that you would have gotten out of a phone-based cardboard VR headset 1 year prior to that, or to the Oculus, would have cost you 35 grand. And yet, I remember showing an elderly relative the Oculus Go, and one of them stuck their head in it and said, "Is this something wrong with it?" And I'm like, "What's wrong?" And they're like, "Well, it's a little blurry and the pixels are big." I'm like, I had to be like, "That's as good as it gets," and they weren't impressed. They didn't have like a baseline. They didn't have a sense of what to expect. Let me look in the settings. Something fucky's happening here. Okay, nope, that didn't quite fix it. Well, that runs significantly worse, actually. Does it fix the LED pop-in? Yes, it does. No, not quite. It just gives me slightly further view distance. Hang on. Medium GPU speed. What the fuck do you mean medium? I got 2080 Super. What do you want me to have? Advanced options. There's no view distance. Vive ones were a mistake. And I remember being jealous of them, just because Vive had motion controls, while Oculus only had gamepad. We had to wait a year, and by the time we got them, they cost $200, which brought the full Oculus CV1 kit to up to the same price point as the Vive anyway, when the Vive was considered to be the premium headset. Which is really funny because Zulu bought his for $100. Can I do 2 in 1? I'm not understanding something here. Something is fucky. It shouldn't be happening. I don't know what I'm doing. This is one of the better VR games I've played in a long time. You know why? It's not a VR game. Or, I mean, it is, but you know what I mean. It started out as just a PC game that was adapted to VR, which is most of the really good ones, because they had to number one, they were able to benefit from economies of scale to use the money they made as a flat screen game to fund a longer, richer game. And only then did they release a VR version. Actually, that is the entire reason. Never mind. Customize. Oh. I don't see customize. I don't see customize. I see auto detect. That's not it. I'll do it. Oh no, that's weird. Oh no, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that at all. Oh, that's much better. Holy fuck, whatever that was, it was like thousands of tiny demon penises in my eyeballs. I was not a fan of that. I think it's every other eye gets a frame. Hang on. Which is also how mid-2000s VR headsets worked, because they used the same code that NVIDIA 3D glasses use. Oh fuck, well that killed me. Maybe this will help. I'll go and do a different one. I don't like this one anymore. Remember NVIDIA 3D glasses? Their shutter glasses that they sold for a while with compatible monitors? Remember when that was the thing? There's still people using those on legacy drivers because they work really well with projectors. But they're having to make their own fan drivers for games because shit gets rendered at the wrong distance and whatnot. But anyway, those exact drivers are the ones that enabled a new round of VR headsets between 2004 and 2010 or thereabouts, until they dropped support for the glasses, because it was stereoscopy, which could also be rendered to a headset. And then that plus mouse emulation for the head tracking.
I keep having these dreams. Great empty cities, silent roads stretching for miles, the earth from space, all dark. Not a single light to guide me home. But if someone really came from another world, what would the Earth look like to them? A wilderness? A wasteland? I don't think so. Even after thousands of years, they'd see a world shaped by our hand in every aspect of its being. They'd see the cities and the roads, the bridges, the harbors, and they would say, here lived a race of giants. These dreams, they scare me, but they also remind me that we built all of this.
Cool, I guess. Well written. Customize. At the bottom of what? Pick a speed. Speed of... Alright, I'll look again. Color options. Here we go, thank you. Perfect. Parallax moving fast. Shadows good. Fractions. Soft shadows. Maybe, maybe not. Far crumbs. No, they can't. Zoom, blur. Doesn't sound good. Where's the render distance? I don't even know what that means. Rendering LED bias. There we go. That's what I wanted. Oh no! I made some mistakes apparently. Turning is now really fucking fucked up. Turn off. Turn this off. Turn this off. Optimal. I see soft shadows. I don't think I need that. Motion blur off. There we go. That's reasonably good. It's got the important shit now, which is that LEDs doesn't pop in right in front of my face. I don't have fans, that's right. Did I come through it and I already solved that one? There's not that many to solve, actually. Let me go test the LED. You're not wrong, you're not wrong. I see the stairs now. Ha! Ha ha ha! Fuck yeah. The stairs don't pop into existence anymore. That's much more important to me than fucking post-processing. I think one of the things that turned off was distance blurring, which I don't really want anyway. I want things to be as sharp as they can be. I feel like I should be able to solve this. Most important thing to me is being able to smoothly turn, because it makes me sick if I can't. No, I need to use this somewhere else first. I have it locked on 90 too. Not 92, 90 also. In the index settings. I also have it set to super sample 150% because there's diminishing returns after that. But you do want a super sample generally. There we go. The graphical fidelity has never been the most important thing to me. It's been the presence. Presence requires a smooth frame rate and good tracking. And decent resolution. So you can see what you're looking at and everything follows your view perfectly. Oh, what if I can... Oh, hey, wait a minute. What if I can move this through this gate? What if it doesn't stop me from doing that? How did I never think about that? That's got to be it. It's funny how coming at a problem again after taking a break resets your brain. You know what else resets my brain? Being interrupted. It's my number one pet peeve. Because people expect you to repeat yourself any number of times until they can understand you. So that's not what I need. Is this what I need? No, there's no point. Because even if I do that there, it won't open the gate back here. Will it? Well, let me think about this. What do I really need? That opens that. This one opens that one. Those are both necessary for me to even get back there. I'm stuck right back where I was, except now that I have a projector in a slightly different place. At least I can do this. What am I not getting? Is there a way through there? Maybe if there's a box somewhere, I can jump over that gate. Wait, what was that? I saw LED pop in. You're not supposed to do that, you little son of a bitch. How in the hell? Is there a way over the fence? Please don't let this be all we do. Hang on. Wait just a gold-darn minute here. That's got to be open, but... It's the only thing that can do. Doesn't really help if I put it here, because then all I can do is open that. Then why would this window be here then? Just to confuse me? I really wish this had a standing mode, so I don't have to get up. I know how that sounds. That is how that sounds. That opens that. Or this one. But not that one. And that gate remains shut. Silky smooth VR feels great. If it's at least 90 FPS, it feels like butter on your eyeballs, which actually would hurt a lot. It's not... It's a metaphor. Lightblight, I want your feedback on this. I'm having an argument in the Steam forums about what they could add to the Steam controller to improve it. And give it a gimmick that would not cost too much to add to the controller, and would set it apart from PS5. If Valve wanted to release another console, that's basically a consoleized Steam Deck. What could they add to the controller that would set it apart and would actually be useful? Some of the early ideas were force feedback, like those Microsoft Sidewinder joysticks that actually push back against you. But that would be way too expensive. Those joysticks were big money, and still would be. So I said no to that. My idea was an analog rotary knob that could be used as a scroll wheel in Windows. but could also be used as a steering wheel in driving games, as a paddle controller in Tempest or Breakout style games, as a weapon wheel selector, as a Minecraft menu bar selector. There's a bunch of uses that jump out at me. The main argument against it was that would make the controller bigger, because where would you put it? He couldn't picture where you would actually put the knob on the controller. Here's what I said. I said put it where the Steam button is right now on the Steam controller, but extrude it upwards. Put the button on top of the knob, and have the knob be about the diameter of a nickel. That way it's out of the way of everything else, but for those games that use it, it's right where you need it to be. And you just hold the controller in your lap. I had this idea while playing Shatter, I think. Or no, it was the other way around. I got Shatter after I had this idea. So I could experiment with mapping paddle movement to the touchpads, which works okay, but it's still not as good. And what led me to conclude it should be a knob. Knob. Was simply that I originally had the idea of a gamepad where the center chunk slides out and clicks back into place. So there's a removable module that lets you add peripherals to the controller without having to spend money on the entire physical peripheral. If that makes sense. That was the concept. Maybe this works. That seems like the way to go. The problem was I couldn't think of more than one peripheral that would actually provide a unique gameplay experience and be worth the money. Like, I thought about a touchscreen peripheral, but that would be spendy. There's not a lot of things that would use that. That's just a VMU all over again. Then I thought about a touch pad, and I'm like, wait, Steam Controller already has one of those. 2 of those, actually. So then I thought, knob, or a ball mouse, like for Centipede and games like that. I'm like, what would actually use that? And it would actually be worthwhile. Almost nothing. Almost nothing would use that and be worthwhile. So then I thought of how many arcade games there are that use a spinning knob, and how the fun of using that knob and its combination of precision and being able to make large motions quickly are critical elements of the game feel. If you forgive me for using that buzzword. And how most of the fun comes from the knob and using it. So then I thought, okay, so don't toss the idea of the interchangeable modules, as cool as that is, and just focus on the knob and integrating it. How do you integrate it in a way that makes sense? One of my ideas was to make it part of the thumbstick. Can you imagine what I mean by that? Does that make sense? Like the round part of the thumbstick that your thumb actually touches would twist, would be on a pivot. So that you could use it as a dial. That might be fiddly though. Unless there was an easy way to lock the stick in place for dial games. I'm just thinking, like, this used to be a big part of how we played games, and it was really fun, and there's nothing like it in modern games. And there hasn't been since PS1. PS1 had the NegCon and the JogCon, which are 2 games with rotary elements. Controllers with rotational elements. Oh, you know what I could do? Oh no, that won't work because I can't. Then I can't bring the other one with me. Fuck. What am I gonna do here? This accomplished almost nothing. Another thing that I've used as a peripheral that impressed me that would be cool to have integrated into games, and it was into some, is a Space Navigator 3D mouse. You ever used the Space Navigator? It's a knob, and if I seem knob focused, I am. Not in a gay way. But it's a knob, it's like a puck. And it moves in every axis. Also rotates in every axis. You can twist it, you can bop it, you can fuck it. You can't fuck it. I mean, you could if you're brave. But the point of it is you can make very small motions laterally. Like X, Y, X and Y movements. You can push it and pull it. You can twist it like a dial. You can tilt it in any direction. And in this way, you can have full 6 degrees of freedom movement of a camera in a 3D environment, which turns out to be really, really handy, actually, for RTS games. If you're thinking, what the fuck would you use that for? There's your answer. Like moving the camera in Multiwinia, which is one of like 5 games that supports the 3D mouse, is a joy. It makes everything way the fuck easier and faster versus using keyboard and mouse to control the camera. What's my plan here? Also, Black and White, I think, has 3D mouse support. It supports a lot of weird peripherals, actually. It was one of the only games to support the P5 gaming glove, which I and 5 other people had. How do I do this? If only I could take anything with me through this purple field. If only that wasn't the way that it is. This looks beautiful. You know what else looks beautiful? Legitimately, is the Serious Sam VR remasters. They're a blast to play. They're not my type of shooter to play in VR, though. They're very high speed and very kinetic. It's not that I get nauseous anymore, but it does hurt my eyes more than my inner ear. What role does this play in all this shit? Anything? But yeah, there was a gamepad that used the Space Navigator style orb, the Orb 3D. It wasn't Civ 11. It was, who's the other guy? What the fuck was his name? God, what was his name? LGR. LGR did a review on that. Problem was, it was positioned like a thumbstick, and it's really not good as a thumbstick. It's really only good for its specific application, which is moving a camera with 6 degrees of freedom. Which is also supported by Google Earth, by the way. That's the only other reason I have one. Actually, that's not true. I have one for Google Earth because I got the cheapest one for like $60. The expensive one that has a weighted platform, so it doesn't move around while you're using it, is 120. So I had to build my own. In Google Earth, it's fucking awesome. It's amazing to have. Also in 3D modeling software, Maya supports it. I think 3D Studio Max, if anyone still uses that. Lightwave, if anyone still uses that, they support it. Bunch of Adobe programs support it, I think. It's quite fucking good for what it is. It's a 3D mouse. It's like a mouse for moving in 3D spaces. But fuck all games use it. That's really sad too, because when it's being used for what it's intended for in a game, it's actually dope to have, and you immediately understand why it exists, why a company would make such a thing. and why anyone would buy one other than for using 3D software. You can use one hand. You can use your mouse still as a clicker and a pointer and selector, while moving independently with your left hand. It's actually really dope. I can't say enough good things about it. This is not what I'm supposed to do here. It seems like it is, but it isn't. It really seems like it is. But then if I put it in here to open that, what do I gain over just having it on the other side? Probably nothing, right? This is the first one to really stump me in a while. That's a lie. Lightblade, have you ever tried a 3D mouse? Oh, what's another thing that impressed me recently? I recently, well, actually that's not true, not recently. The first time I used gyro aiming, I fucking hated it. It was when I first got the Steam controller, and I used it in Doom 2016. I was like, this is balls. I will never use this. But recently I was playing Terminator Resistance on projector, and it's fucking crucial. It is absolutely instrumental for making... It also explains a lot. Like, when I'm using the touchpad to aim, I'm like, how the fuck am I supposed to be precise with this? The answer is with gyro. They're supposed to be used together. No, one or the other is not by itself enough to replace the thumbstick or mouse, exactly. But both of them used together in concert. That's a different story. Let's see. That can't be right. Like that gains me nothing. Versus having it over here, and having it over here gives me the possibility of maybe one day taking it with me. This is short, which means if there's a cube anywhere, I should be able to bring one with me and jump over this fence. Wonder if that's the puzzle solution, if there's a cube somewhere I'm missing. I'll look for a cube. There would have been an indicator on the way into the level, wouldn't there? Let's actually head out and head back in. What's good, Tom11? Yeah, no, if you came here to see an expert blast through this game, you're going to be disappointed. This is not a speedrunning channel. Higher ground. So that seems to imply that the solution is something to do with this. Ah, fuck. That hurt my brain really badly. That's got to be back. One of them has to be back there, though. I don't see any other way to do it. I don't see any way to do it. Can I point these at each other? I can't. That accomplishes nothing. That can be done from either one of those two. That's not what I think it is. Could I cheese a glitch here? can't get rid of the purple force field. I'll leave things how they are and come back. I can't figure this one out tonight. This one's busting my balls. It's really weird. The other two were so easy. It's just really how your brain is wired. Yeah, apparently. I've been watching some history of speedrunning videos. It's much more fascinating to learn about secondhand than actually do it yourself. The speedrunning autist to Troon pipeline is real. It's so horribly real. I need to, that's right, I don't have what I need for this one. Well, then I'm fucking out of luck. I've done everything I can here without solving that puzzle. There's a beep boop. Gotta stand up for this. And try not to roll over my cat's tail again. Hello again, would you like to take a few moments to complete a short user satisfaction? No, not really. Fine. Try to remember that. Gonna help you. That's what I'm here for. You don't know the first thing about anything, including what a person is. Prospects are therefore poor. You know where you are. Mad experiment. What do you know? You know I exist. You're dreaming you could be certain of that. No closer to resolving your problem. I think you're a person. Let's see how I can convince you. Since the real response, I agree with you. Thinking people be so bold. You're all convinced you're people from the inside. From the outside. Science has only meant what it is 600 years. Benefactors. For effect. Weight loss. My inevitable death is the food. Unhealthy food in the world. You feast on jelly bananas. What's a jelly banana? Monkey Christmas. That implies things. They're basically melting. That's gonna be our breakfast. And burgers for lunch. I got a burger so greasy you could use them to lubricate a whole factory. Triple bacon burgers with double cheese and extra onions and mayonnaise and ketchup and mustard and big fat juicy patties and then oil. Is he baiting to this? Is he edging? Pizza with salami, what the fuck? And barbecue sauce and olives and jalapenos and sour cream? What barbarian country? Oh yeah, Croatian. Croatia. I think I've done everything I can here. Let's go see how many pieces I've really collected. And if I have enough to unlock one of these things. That might be what I really need, actually. That's what I need, the fan. Please, come on, baby. Yes, that's what I was missing. Problem is it goes to the tip of your finger, which uncurls as you place it. That can't be it. Shit. There we go. See what I mean? Also, grabbing works by pushing the touchpad for some fucking reason instead of just closing your hand. Yes! New item, get! Where's it fucking going? Oh, I guess it'll just show up in puzzles from now on. Actually, BRB, I just remembered, Valve sent me my new lighthouse station today. It should be in the mail, and I can install it. Here. Okay, baby, we're in business. Oh, you're not gonna believe this. This one's blinking red too. What does that mean? Does that mean this is a software issue? Why would this one be? Why would the replacement blink red too? It's not a head tilt. It's the view appears tilted to me. I don't know if it's because my eyes are crooked or what. What the fuck is going on here? Will this work? I'm trying it on the other power supply. It appears to be. I don't want to speak too soon. Nope, it's red light again. What the fuck, man? What is going on? I tried on both power supplies. What could it be? Does anyone know? Why does the replacement? What the fuck's going on? What is going on here? Do I have to go through Steam setup again? Is that it? I'm really distraught by this. I'm gonna have to RMA this one again. What did they send me a refurbished one or what? Well, so much for that. That was anticlimactic. I thought, I don't know what I thought. I thought that would fix it. I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to mail both lighthouses back to Valve. What could even the issue be? Even. I'm shorter than before, if anything. Hang on. I'm too short now. I keep getting shorter. I'm even more of a manlet. Can I stand up? If I stand up, the floor is way too high. I'm still too short this way. What'd I do? What have I done? We got 200%. Maybe that's an issue. I don't fucking know. Hang on. Let me quit out of this and see if there is a way to run Steam VR setup again. You know what it might fucking be is says something about Bluetooth. Hang on. View Bluetooth settings. Here's in Steam VR settings. Help me, Google. Okay, I have the right settings open for Steam VR. But I don't see... I'm under general now. I don't see anything about Bluetooth. You know what? We're gonna have to fucking quit VR for now. I think and just play something else. I'm gonna look a little bit longer, and then I'm gonna give up. It's frustrating. I found almost everything that I need. Disable. It's not in there. It's just not in there. Okay, no VR for tonight, apparently. I mean, I guess I could. It's just with only one camera. Here we go, Bluetooth settings. What the fuck? Why was that was not where Google said it would be? Base station not detected. Bluetooth is enabled. Do I need to... Oh, now it works. What the fuck? What's going on? Hang on. I think I almost have this figured out. Here we go. Found it. Now it's working. Would this have fixed the other one now, I wonder? I almost have it. There are no channel conflicts. Okay, channel 11. That seems a bit hyperbolic. Channel conflicts done. One is a base station 1.0 and the other is... Oh, wait a minute. These are both base station 2.0s. Why channel 11? Done. Okay, that should do it. Sorry about all this. I didn't want to do this on stream, obviously. Base station error. It doesn't seem right. They both appear to work. Yeah, no, it says one of the base stations isn't working, but they both have green light. Nope, now they're both on. Now it wants to update the Okay, we're back in business, baby. It looks like everything's working. I wonder now if nothing was ever wrong with the other base station, and I just needed to enable Bluetooth to update it. In which case, I may have inadvertently swindled Valve out of a new base station or refurbished. I wonder. I'm gonna have to try some experiments with that later and see if I can make the other one work too. Because the other one did the same thing when I plugged it in. It gave me a blinking red light until I actually went through the error messages and fixed the problem. But I'm on my Twitter. I got banned. I argued with somebody who said there should be laws punishing people who misgender in the workplace, and I said that there existed precedent in there's legal precedent. There was a court case about whether or not schools could force students to recite the Pledge of Allegiance, which established the compelled speech doctrine of the First Amendment. I thought that would be an impassable barrier to anti-misgendering laws. Although I might have been wrong, because there are exceptions to the compelled speech doctrine. For example, the U.S. government requires tobacco companies to print warnings on their product, and that's considered compelled speech too. And in situations where it's like a life or death and you're selling a harmful product. So the lawyer would have to make the case, probably to the Supreme Court. It would probably go that far, that there's danger to the life of trans people if we don't force people in the workplace to use their pronouns and preferred names and to refer to them explicitly as their preferred sex. Anyway, that's not what they wanted to hear, and they reported me for transphobia, and I got banned. And that's what happened on Twitter, too. I mean, on Reddit. I also tried to ban evade on Reddit, so I didn't just get banned from one sub, I got banned from all of them. I'm banned on Medium for exactly that same argument. I found... I have a real talent for finding the exact argument for any topic that is like the Emperor's New Clothes, or like it's like tugging on the dangling thread of a sweater that completely unravels it. And when you do that, people with a strong ideological commitment to a certain policy or idea or something, if they hear a really good argument about it, they don't argue back because the argument no longer avails them. They just turn immediately to violence or to whatever the equivalent is to just fucking get rid of you. It's not even about that. It's not even about the issue itself. It's about the fact that they encountered an argument they hadn't heard before, that they didn't have a good rehearsed apologetic prepared for. And so plan B was just to get rid of the guy saying the argument they couldn't answer. Which it used to be I did that with religion, but now, and if you really want to be a contrarian, today the thing to be a contrarian about is compelled speech and pronouns and whatnot. And I paid dearly for my contrarian habits. I don't have anything against trans people individually either, or at least I didn't used to. I'm starting to feel sour towards them, but individually they can be fine. It's just the fact that the solution to their problems, they think, is destroying everybody who won't bend the knee, and I have a problem with that because I went to a religious school that forced me to do that, and I swore I would never do that again. And I told this to one of them. I said that's not a valid excuse for not using my pronouns, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't need an excuse. I haven't done anything against the law. I've done something against your ideology. You're the people who are always saying to religious people not to impose their values on everyone. But now you're imposing your values in the other direction, and you don't see them as such. They never do. Their own values and ideology are invisible to them. They consider it just how to be a good person. Newsflash: fucking everybody considers their ideology how to be a good person, even when they contradict each other. Nobody likes a fence sitter, and I'm not even really a fence sitter. I have a well-defined position. It's more like nobody likes nuance when in a very emotionally charged argument where they conceive of it as good versus evil. I have another special talent for being the least popular person in any highly charged debate. Choosing the exact position that will make the most people hate me as intensely as possible. It's a talent. It's it gets slept on. It's a lost art, probably for good reasons. But anyway, I'm going to go back to playing the Talos Principle for whatever time we have left. I'm not. I have definite positions. I come off like a fence sitter because my positions are usually cobbled together from elements of either of the two fighting worldviews. That's not to say I haven't picked a side. It's that I've made my own side that I feel is reasonable out of the reasonable points of either of the two interlocutors. And I'm no good to anybody because those people, when they talk to someone persuasively, they're looking for a soldier to fight in their war. They want another partisan extremist of the kind that they like. And I'm not willing to be that, and so I have to go in the trash. And these days, if you're not a Nazi, you're a communist. And if you're not a communist, you're a Nazi. And I've been accused of both, which I consider a point of pride. I'm one of them dang Nazi communists you hear Fox News rant about. It's really easy to beat straw men when their straw men are basically anybody who doesn't agree with me is the worst evil in the world. And they have to agree completely. And they say, no, we're not that unreasonable. That's a straw man. We don't require you to completely agree on everything. I'm like, okay, well, can I disagree on this? Like, well, no, of course not. Of course you can't disagree on that. Pick something else. And so I'm like, well, what about this? Like, no, you can't. Obviously not. Obviously you can't disagree on that. They mean disagreements like fucking food preference. Or what your favorite color is. Or what you like, clothes you like to wear. I seem to attract people like that, which is to say autistic pedants. Pedants of the world unite. But I again, that's not to say I haven't chosen a direction to go in. I have a firm, well-defined worldview. I've just chosen a direction that nobody else is going in. So nobody's behind me, so I'm not part of either of the two angry mobs fighting each other. So I'm useless to both. Same as it ever was. Anyway, fucking make sure I'm broadcasting properly. Good. Nobody told me last time there was no game audio. And as a consequence of that, all that you hear is my voice. My beautiful, sonorous, deep, sexy, manly voice. Oh, and I don't have this. There we go. That's just what frustrated people call someone who won't take an extremist standpoint as a fence sitter. There are real fence sitters who just want to avoid disapproval, but obviously that's not what I am, because I have not evaded disapproval in the least bit. I've paid a very steep price, as I have my whole life, for choosing for myself what I believe and why, and having reasons for it. I'm short once again, but I'm no shorter than I was previously, and now I have much better tracking. I have full tracking now, instead of one camera tracking. I may have wasted Valve's time in having them RMA. On the other hand, that's probably a newer camera, so I might be getting extra longevity out of my kit anyway by keeping it, but that'd be dishonest. I'm going to test the other one and make sure that it actually is broken, because Valve has always been good to me. Actually, I've looked at all the different Wojaks, and I'm a Shrigma, because I eat a fuckload of mushrooms, and I don't buy into categorization systems like the graduated system of males, of alpha, beta, and whatnot. I don't believe that people really neatly fall into those categories. And apparently you can't escape the categorization system, because there's also a category for people with that exact opinion, and that's Shrigma, who just are what they are, and they're not part of this scheme. They're not from here, and they're doing their own thing and vibing through life. And they mean no harm to anybody, but neither will they join a bandwagon. Like Lemon Hope, if you watch Adventure Time. Lemon Hope is a Shrigma male. It's, I don't...
I see all. I know all. My power knows no bounds.
It's, I don't...
Yet your will is free because you were made to be free. It is the very principle of your existence, without which the trials of this world would hold no meaning. To seek salvation...
Shut up, God!
...be your choice.
Anyway. It's, I'm not from here. I'm not one of you. I don't dislike you. I like some of you. I'm out for my own goals. Not necessarily for myself, which I have been accused of. It's easy to mistake that. What I have is a dedication to truth. If there's something I consider sacred, it's accurate information. Because it's universal and it's generalized. Literally, no matter what goal you pick in life, your pursuit of that goal is facilitated by having accurate intel. So truth is useful to everybody, except people who are married to falsehoods. Really? I can do that? The desk is like right here, though, is the problem. Everything is a little bit tilted, too, for me. I don't know why. My headset's always been like that, and I think I actually RMA'd one, and the replacement had that too, so I was like, fuck it, my brain is tilted, or my eyeballs are tilted, or something. Because I'm guessing this launches the cube over the wall. Yes, it does. Did I want to do that? Was that good or bad? I actually did write a story somewhat like the Talos Principle, except instead of being robots, they were early humans, and instead of being judged by artificial intelligence, it was lizard aliens who were part of a bureau of exobiological cultivation, going around finding species that were on the verge of meaningful consciousness and the ability to perform moral reasoning, at which point they were legally considered persons by this galactic federation or whatever, and they had to be made aware of the existence of alien life and registered with their government and whatnot. So there were two characters. One is Shaitan and the other is Elohim. After the Hebrew names, although Elohim is plural, so it often gets misused. I misused it intentionally because I knew that's what most people understood it as. I could have said Yahweh, but that would have been too on the nose. Elohim are plural. They're gods, not one god. But anyway, in the story, there's light below. No, actually, it's not called that. It's, what is it called? I forget the name of my own story. It's the one where the Garden of Eden is an underwater dome habitat, and that's why ancient man described it as such, as being a solid dome firmament with waters above. The waters above, that's what it was called. I don't know that for sure. I'm beginning to doubt my own view of normies. How do I know who's a normie? You can't really tell what's going on in someone's head until they start talking to you. There have been times, I try to assume as little as possible, there have been times where someone opens their mouth and I had assumed they were like a full person until then. And they just, they say something which reveals, which gives me like uncanny valley, but with a human being, you know? Like this happened in Florida a couple times, where I was waiting at a bus stop and this guy just starts talking to me. I can't fucking understand him. He wasn't it wasn't like a southern accent. It was just garbled nonsense. I think he might have been on drugs. But you don't know, and I don't know. And there's a word for that. I forget the word. There's a word for the sudden realization that everybody else you meet has a conscious, subjective experience as rich as your own. I truly believe that. I think that what mainly differs is the cognitive tool set you have, like the number of ideas you have access to. That if you don't know certain concepts, it limits your ability to have certain ideas that require those concepts as a foundation to build up to more sophisticated thoughts. Kind of like language. If you don't know the word for what you're trying to think of, it limits your ability to think about that, which George Orwell talks about in 1984, which is why the party sought to erase certain words. It's like everybody has, I believe, the spark of consciousness and is equal in that respect. They don't have the same tools to express it with. It's like if you want to look into the world, the inner universe of their mind. Some people, the lens is dirty, so you get a muddied view, and that they have to express that universe inside their brain through that lens to other people, and it comes out looking dim and blurry. And for some people, the lens is crystal clear because they have the education and the vocabulary they need to both form complex ideas and express them articulately. Even though the other people who don't have the same privileges, if you pardon me for using a buzzword, may also have their own sophisticated ideas. They just don't have the words to refer to what they're thinking about, if that makes any sense. I've witnessed many arguments where somebody got very frustrated because I could tell they had a point. And they knew they had a point too. It's just that they weren't able to put it into words to their own satisfaction. And often their opponent would take advantage of this. Have I fucked myself by blowing the cube over there? It looks like I might have. Or maybe I have to come around from the other side. Why would there be two of them? Does any other... No, he wasn't Cajun. It wasn't a... It sounded like fucking animal noises. I looked at him and he wasn't like sweaty. His pupils weren't dilated. He was looking at me like he was perfectly sober and cogent. But he was just like... I was like, yeah, bro. I didn't, sorry that happened to you. Or glad. Or good for you. Depending. Or I had a date who seemed clever. I regret this because I was in my 20s, so I felt like I could afford to turn my nose up at attractive young women, whom even in my 20s I wasn't pulling in by the boatload. I was pulling in like one or two a year. So I would have maybe, if I was lucky, 2 relationships in a year, and they would last on average 1 to 3 months. Before they realize I actually am autistic and no, it's not easily fixable. You can't love autism out of someone. But anyways, she asked me 2 things. It was the same chick. One was in a concert. which is why don't people on the bottom of the earth fall off of it? Because she was always encouraging me to talk about like space and stuff, because she was attracted to men who sounded smart talking about things, and I understand why now. And the other was we were talking about dinosaurs, and she was like, she's like, but elephants are alive today. And I'm like, yeah, so what? She's like, well, aren't elephants the world's biggest reptile? I'm like, why do you think they're reptiles? She's like, they have scales. Look at their skin. Which I guess is not a reasoning error. That's on some level defensible reasoning. It's just an error of knowledge. There's a lot of things like that where it's surprising to others that you've gone your whole life never knowing a certain piece of data. That you just never had a reason to learn it. I ditched her though. I'm not proud of that. I still feel scummy. I still feel ashamed of myself. It's the only time every other time, even if I didn't like her, I would see her home, or I'd at least see her to her cab or whatever. This was before Uber. There wasn't Uber yet, so I'd see her to public transit, or I'd see her to her cab. I didn't have a car yet either. This time I just kind of I did that Homer Simpson thing where he backs into the hedges and like disappears by fusing with the plants. But I did that in the crowd at the concert while she was watching Connor Oberst or whatever the fuck his name is. She was really into Bright Eyes, which I couldn't stand. I still don't like Bright Eyes. It's like Coldplay. It's just a skinny white boy crying about shit and telling you what a big scumbag he is and asking you to forgive him for whatever he did wrong lately. Is the fan on? That's a good question. Anyway, I kind of felt threatened too, because she was really into Connor. She was shouting to him, shouting like, I love you, Connor. Like, look over here, look at me. And I'm like, I'm right next to you. I'm your date. And she was like doing that thing. Remember Little Red Hot Riding Hood, the Tex Avery cartoon, where the wolf is in the audience, and that lounge singer, the redhead lounge singer, is doing her number, and he's like smacking the table and howling, and his eyes are bugging out as steam is coming out of his ears. Like, she was doing that for Connor, and I have no idea why. He looked like Smeagol with scene hair. I guess that's the power of having a popular band. Having a popular band and being the front man of it just casts a spell on all the vagina havers in like 1,000-mile radius of you. If they've heard of you, they immediately get drenched. There's no delay. It's instantaneous. There's 2 fans though. Why are there 2? Why are there 2? Also, both of these have offset buttons. It's funny because all of these guys that used to be the major heartthrobs eventually get caught in some kind of scandal. Like, what was his name? Davi? I forget the band name. He looks like every other one of these guys, where he has like a, I don't want to say his features. He's I think a Middle Eastern lad or something. Like the guy from Crystal Castles did it too. Basically, they start a band, they get some notoriety, and then they use it to relentlessly prey on young women. And that turns out to be the main thing they wanted to do with their fame. Davi did some fucking nightmare fuel shit. I was reading about that the other day, and like, it's embarrassing. But it's like a "Where Are They Now" YouTube. That's such fucking shit. Oh, I can use this as a weight. I get it now. Well, that explains that. Whoa, shit. I guess that should have... been self-explanatory, but I didn't know I could do that. I guess this game does not hold your hand. This game bends you over a barrel and beats your ass cheeks like bongos until there's red handprints all over them. That's why there were 2 fans. I get it now. Can I reuse this block? Can I reuse this? No, you can't. Fair enough, I guess. There's some of these, like this puzzle, though, where it seems obvious that a block would be involved. I don't buy that. I'm going back. It really seems like there's got to be a way to get the box. No, because never mind, because I can't pass it through the purple barrier, but if I do this, no, wait, it doesn't work that way. Whee! Break my fucking legs. It's just so funny. Every one of those guys turns out to be the fucking Gorgon from Stranger Things secretly. And they all have that same look. Like a drowned chihuahua with a hair that looks like they're a reporter on scene during a windstorm. But goddamn, if that wasn't exactly what chicks were way the fuck into. If I sound bitter, it's because I am. Because I wanted attention, but I didn't want to do what was required of me to get the attention at the time, transforming my appearance and not being true to myself. And it wouldn't have been hard. It's not like they were muscular. It's not like it took hard work to look that way. It's just the fucking black Hanes tee that's one size too small and a certain hairdo. I made a comic about it, a Lego robot comic, about the different tiers of hairstyle and the value of your life according to that. I stand by that. That is that's spirit science wisdom. There's also that one guy from that metal band who did unconscionable things with a baby. You got to be extra fucked up for that. I mean, just in general, any underage stuff, but some of it, I'm not going to say it's understandable, but I will say there's a demonstrated widespread appetite for it based on stuff like Japanese animation and comics that I've unfortunately encountered on 4chan. Not while searching for that kind of material, but people also seeing fucked up Counter-Strike sprays. But babies, I have never seen. That's the kind of shit where like 0.01% of the population is interested. So you have to really go digging to find that kind of thing. That's the kind of thing where I'm surprised he didn't just blow his brains out or jump off some, like in Hard Candy. He probably should have. Like if I woke up, if this was a Philip K. Dick novel, and I woke up suddenly in that guy's body, I would just speedrun suicide. It would be like that Steam game, like 5 Minutes to Die or whatever, where you have to find the quickest way to exit the mortal coil without being like a fetal alcohol syndrome baby. Because that's easy mode, if that's your goal. This can't be right. That's a fucked up effect. What's worse than that? It's hard to say. Even dead bodies. Again, I'm not saying that's permissible. I'm not saying that's a good thing. It's still fucked up, but there's degrees of fucked up. A dead body is still a human being, and you can understand why wires will get crossed in the brain to where someone's like, this is fine. Titties are titties. If they were severely depraved, but babies are on the same level as like inflation, or like balloons, where you don't understand what went wrong in their brain. Like, there's no evolutionary reason why anyone should find a inflated anthropomorphic foxman stimulating in that way. That's a failure state of the human brain, almost certainly. You know what I mean? I'm probably overthinking it. I have to analyze everything. And it is an interesting topic. Like, in another life, I could have been a psychiatrist, trying to figure out which natural drives that are products of evolution got misdirected into other channels. Like, there's some stuff where it's comprehensible, like just the ones where they draw ludicrously huge body parts on DeviantArt. Even if it's like the ones where they have giant wieners and giant titties, those are both body parts that people are commonly attracted to. That's weird and unsettling to make like a giant wiener titty homunculus. But it's comprehensible which parts of the brain are being lit up when you look at those images. It's not comprehensible why somebody is attracted to... You know what the weirdest one I found was... You know how in some cartoons, Looney Tunes cartoons, like an anvil falls on Bugs Bunny? Or Daffy Duck usually, I mean. And it turns him into like a pancake. And the pancake has two little like feet to either side of it, and it waddles away. That turns some people on. That's a subculture. Like, I thought I knew all the fucked up shit from growing up with 4chan, Style Project, Ogrish, Rotten.com, Documenting Reality, Best Gore. Somehow I wasn't prepared for that, and that's the most innocuous one. Like, there's nothing graphic about that, but just the conceptual, powerful insanity involved. Be like, yeah, get flattened. Oh, walk around with your little waddling feet. You pancake, that's all you are. You're just a little pancake walking around like a crab on the beach. Yeah, you slut. I bet you love getting flattened. Like, what? This was before I found out about the sexualized plane ladies. Like, it's like furries, but they're half human, half passenger plane. Which is also understandable because airplanes are cool and sexy. They have, not in that way though, but I guess you could confuse the two in the way that like a sports car has sexy lines on it. Weird but comprehensible, in other words. It is totally comprehensible because it's still woman shaped. You know what I mean? But like the pancakes, they haunt my nightmares. Why flattened pancake people? Like, I'm not scared of it. I'm not disgusted. I'm just powerfully baffled. There's also furry trains, where it's a train. It's like Thomas the Tank Engine, but the face is a furry. And they usually have arms and legs too, like muscular arms and legs. When I think about such topics, it brings to mind that Lovecraft quote about how mankind occupies a relatively small island of knowledge amid a sea of ignorance, and it was not meant that we should venture far, because there's just some information unfit for human minds to know. Like we're ruined by it, and how could he have known that before the internet? Our boy Howard was some kind of prophet. That does that. But then if I do this, then I can't get it back. There's no sense in putting it here. That's what the window's for, is just stopping the orbs, I think. This is fine, right? There's no minors in the chat. We also looked at this together when we streamed that Internet Gallery itch.io horror game. It's not really a horror game. It's a liminal space gallery where you type in search words and it populates all the paintings in the gallery with images that came up in Google image search. And we, chat being the way that it is, we immediately looked up the most depraved fucking shit imaginable. And that's how I came to learn of the pancake fetish. I think it was while looking up airplane people. It's just not necessary. I don't think for that to exist. It frankly seems like it makes life worse, not better. Y'all still there? Actually, we're also not going to be uploading this VOD because most of it's me doing tech support for my index. So that's fine too. Just talk about this shit. I wonder if I could use it. Never mind, I already did. I was about to say, I wonder if I could use this depraved internet sex stuff as a Lovecraftian insanity trigger. I kind of already did. I wrote a story based on Rafe 15, RAFE, his fully and foreverly deletized in the Yellow Rope image series. Only OGs will remember fully and foreverly deletized. I made a story where it's like a contagious disease where people would get wrapped up in the yellow rope that was secreted by infected people, and their body would slowly turn into real ham and cheese flesh and a ham tongue and a fully hot sauce or condiment blood and whatnot. We're back where we fucking started. Why is this here? Why is this little courtyard here? Is this related somehow? Oh, we didn't get these ones working yet. There's a short wall there. As if you can jump over it. Oh, you know what? Oh, you know what? Can you jump on top of frozen orbs? Ooh, can you jump on top of frozen orbs? I think I might have cracked the code. There's nothing you can jump over here. Nothing short enough. Those ones, however... I might be onto something here. Let me cook. I don't want to sound like a pro-clutching Puritan. But that's kind of an argument for restricting people's access to the internet from a young age. Because I remember talking about this with someone on X.com. And they're saying... they're arguing the opposite. And I was like, I had access to the internet from a young age and it didn't fuck me up. And they're like, really? Are you sure about that? I didn't have a good answer to that either. Let me freeze that guy right there. let me try and see if I'm allowed to jump on top of the frozen orb guards. Because if so, that is a game changer. Oh no, never mind. I can't get through any of the walls if I do that. Fuck. I mean the blue walls. I still need to be able to open this. Therein lies the rub. Not the good rub, not the fun kind. There's a short fence here. If there was a block, I could jump over it. I'm gonna watch this on YouTube later and feel like a stupid, sexy dumbass. That's kind of sinister. I was thinking about how there's a trope for attractive women to be ditzy and stupid. Isn't that just so they're more easily taken advantage of? Or am I looking too deeply into it? Otherwise, why would you want a stupid partner? Assuming that you want an equal partner who can intellectually stimulate your mind. I imagine they're not thinking about marriage. If they were, they would have different priorities. So I want a sexy retard that doesn't understand what's going on. Okay, bro, that seems sus. Let me look around. That wall. There's no way I don't think, for me to stop this guy at the right position. And still open the force field. There's something I'm missing. It's not a fan, and it's not a cube. Otherwise, they would have been included. I can't continue any further without figuring this out. Maybe the key is the orbs. Maybe I don't need to freeze. I don't need to open the force fields. I need to stop the orbs in positions where I can use them to jump over shit. I don't know, man. I'm hecking bamboozled. This is also mysterious. There's this little pedestal here. And this little short fence. But nothing seemingly that you can do with it. I also didn't upload the VOD where I was reading my latest novel, Work in Progress, WIP. Because people fucking bailed. I probably lost a lot of potential viewers that night. They logged in expecting video games, and they got a guy reading his novel, his fantasy novel. And they were like, nope, no thank you, I'm out. which hurts, man. It's good stuff if you give it a chance. God damn it, I'm a good author. I am. I have good ideas and I write well at a technical level at least. I was discussing this with Short Talk. There's a psychological phenomenon involved with movies too, where if you take a bunch of consumers in a focus group and you ask them, would you rather watch a remaster of a movie you already like, a sequel to that movie, or would you watch a totally new IP you have no prior experience with? Almost nobody will choose the new IP. There's a huge barrier of willingness you have to overcome to get someone to watch something that they don't know for sure they're going to like or not. Because I guess people have limited time and energy and money for entertainment. So if you look at it from a cost-benefit analysis and a risk versus reward, it makes more sense from a consumer standpoint as limited entertainment dollars to spend his time and money on something he's already sure he's going to enjoy. That's not to defend it. I'm just saying I don't like it, but I understand. Oh, thank you, Davey. Oh, thank you. You're going to make me fucking cry like a bitch. You're going to make me cry salty bitch tears. But manly tears. Each one of those tears has biceps, rippling glutes, and pectoral muscles, and a little beard. Like, proportionally large for each of the tears, but tiny to us. They're excruciatingly painful on the way out of my tear ducts, although the little beard bristles tickle somewhat. The new book is going to be even better. I don't mean to shit on my old work, but my first book was basically just my earliest stuff. And getting that out of the way so I can publish newer stuff. It had some bangers in there, but for the most part, it wasn't my absolute best stuff. The new one is thematically tied together too. It all takes place in roughly the same time period. They are Chad tears. What are you mocking that? That's spirit science, bro. Whenever I try to write myself an excuse for not being wealthy, I remember that the spirit science guy is rich. He has his own cult. I don't have any excuse. The inventor of the pet rock got rich, selling people a rock with googly eyes and some grass. Some, like, hay to put it... There's a fence there. Oh, that opens up after you get the thing. Never mind. Is there anything I haven't seen in there that would help me? Is there a button in there to push? Oh, hey, there's a gap here. What the fuck? Can I cheese my way through this gap or will I get in gay baby jail? Seems like a level design mistake. Fuck, is this broken or am I the dumb? If there was a cube, this puzzle would make perfect sense. The new one is basic. It's not really I don't want to say steampunk because it's not. Steampunk is Reddit anyway. There's nothing steam about it. It's all mostly historically accurate as to what technology existed in each period. You know my habit of lovingly describing details of antiquated technologies. So it's kind of Tesla punk. In the setting. It's got Not Long Now, the Manifestation Cabinet, the Resurrection Men, and I think one more story as an epilogue set in that continuity of 1890s to 1910s. Or thereabout, roughly. No, further than that. It was more like 1930s, 40s at the high end. But I use real technology. People are always shocked when they find out stuff from my stories really exists. Because I pick really obscure stuff that you'd expect to see in like a Technology Connections video. Like in one of the stories, they use wire recorders for audio recording. And if you don't know that what a wire recorder is, then hearing about one in a story has fantastical elements. You'll be like, oh yeah, alright, he made this up for the setting. I did not make that up for the setting, actually. That is real. That predated magnetic tape recorders. It's great for diesel punk settings, and also the fighting machines, the war machines in the Resurrection War, which is chapter 2 of the Resurrection Men. Those are all real. Those are based on exotic concepts for tanks, like the tumbleweed tank, or the whatever that Nazi one was called, the fucking giant one that was like a land barge, or the Tsar tank, which was like the one with the giant hoop wheels. I reuse those as undead war machine vehicles. And that's the premise of the Resurrection War is that there's a way to bring people back from the dead that's similar to Frankenstein's process, but the dead identify with their fellow dead, the reanimated, and they prefer. They wind up living in secret because we would kill them, we would destroy them if we found out. They live in subterranean colonies built out of old derelict subway tunnels, and they build Tesla punk tanks and shit because that's what will function underground without choking up the air with fumes. Not that they have to breathe. They still might not wish to foul everything. I'm feeling really dumb right now. The title of the level was something about a higher vantage point. If I put this here, that's just so I can alter the orb speeds, though. If I put this... Oh, wait a minute. There was a gap in the fence, wasn't there? The laser goes through. Why does that not work? Wait, oh. It does work! Oh, fuck, bitch titties. I found a glitch in the Matrix. I don't think I'm supposed to do that. In fact, I'm sure I'm not supposed to, and that won't really actually help me. Because that's nothing I couldn't already have done simply by putting this up there. So it actually doesn't solve anything. I got excited for a second, though. Because I can just do this, see? I may be able to stop an orb with it, though. No, it doesn't work. That was smart. I had a lot of fun researching the period-appropriate technology for the 1890s. I had to choose a specific year, though. Like it was a process of elimination where I had a list of technologies I want included in it, but I had to pick a year where all of those technologies would be available at the same time. Like I needed the Kodak #1 camera to be out because the main character replaces his albumin plates with a film camera. But I also needed Horn and Hard Arts to be open, which is an automat, but I also needed the subterranean pneumatic mail delivery tube network in New York, which was a real thing, by the way, to be operational. And I also needed autopeds to be in use. They're like autopeds were electric and gas scooters. That's right. Electric scooters existed in 1890. People forget how old electric cars are, and that people would have already thought to apply electric car propulsion to smaller vehicles. There were electric bicycles around that same time. And they were in fact a popular commuting option in the 20s when people had the money for them. But they looked really ridiculous. They had gigantic, I mean giant battery packs to go very short distances of like 10 miles. And when I say batteries, I mean flooded batteries that you couldn't tip over. Otherwise it would spill acid all over your ankles. And this was on a bicycle. So very likely it was going to get tipped over. Fucking. You know what? I should probably go back because there were puzzles I didn't solve before in earlier parts of the game. I'll figure this out on some other stream. Ooh, it's 9:55 now. We actually have a lot of stream left. What a great game this turned out to be. I'm glad I took a risk on it. I'm glad I bought it on sale. Would you buy a Steam console? I want to say one of the biggest selling points would just be access to Steam sales for console gamers. I've actually got a lot of ideas for how Steam console could be really good. And also not too expensive and also future-proofed. It could introduce normies to upgrading their PC by having a motherboard that's covered in a plastic shield with only the RAM slots and the CPU slot and the GPU slot exposed. Maybe not even that. Maybe not even that much. Like, don't let them fuck up anything, but give them just enough options that they can upgrade the major components. Like what the Phantom was supposed to be. God, fucking remember the Phantom Vaporware console? But that way they wouldn't have the issue that they did with the Steam machines in 2013, where they were obsolete the day they came out, and there wasn't any easy way to upgrade them. They could even sell them without GPUs or CPUs, and let you pick what you want according to your budget. Oh, I have the fan now for this one, don't I? I do. I do have the fan. I've got everything I need for this one. I forgot completely about this one, actually. Aha. Aha. Ooh, I know what I need to do. I know exactly what to do. That doesn't work? What do you mean that doesn't work? Oh, you know what I need to do? Let me put this on here. That's how you do it. But I also need something to hold that down. So either there is another block. How'd I know there would be? That's a really clever little mechanism. So I've thought about this. We've talked about what I want in the Steam controller. I want an analog rotary knob built into the thumbstick or the center of the gamepad. As a little something to set it apart. I want the Steam controller to be laid out like the Steam Deck. I want the Steam console to basically just be a consoleized Steam Deck. Just a PC running Steam OS. Maybe with their custom GPU. on board, and then the option of a add-on GPU for later. That might be the smartest way to go about it. Basically, Steam Deck is a lower risk test run to make sure their Proton compatibility layer works with all or most of their big games before they launch another console. Because I've heard internal rumblings that they're in the process of designing a Steam controller, and they considered a replacement Steam machine as a means of giving people a affordable VR computer. But they canceled it a couple years ago because the prices were just unreasonable. But I think if they produce their own APU and whatever in-house, like the one they made for the Steam Deck, that could potentially bring the price down to where that makes sense again. You feel me? Just do a consoleized Steam Deck with better specs. Substarting, if we're fantasizing about... what we talked about? We talked about the psychological reasons behind various internet fetishes and how I can't understand why anyone would be attracted to the cartoon trope of being squashed flat into a pancake and then waddling around like a crab, which is a whole fetish subculture on DeviantArt, by the way. I had to see it, so you do too. Then we're talking about the Steam Deck being made into a console and what features we would want in a Steam Controller 2.0. And I said I want the left thumbstick to rotate like an analog knob, to function as a scroll wheel in Windows or as a steering wheel in racing games. And that includes vehicles in games like Battlefield, or as a weapons selector wheel, or as a menu bar scroll wheel in Minecraft. Or like a paddle controller in Tempest or Breakout games. That's what I'm saying. The problem is they couldn't get the price low enough, but this was before they developed their own graphics hardware for the Steam Deck. So maybe that problem is solved now, Davey Sore. If they can sell a basic Steam Deck for $400, they could for sure sell a consoleized Steam Deck with VR-ready hardware for $500 or $600. And I say still leave the door open for upgrades. It could be baby's first PC upgrading experience. If that makes sense. Like a console you can upgrade just like you can a computer. I got that one. Why is that one still on the sign over there? Got him. Got that one. It's not over there. There's one on the sign I don't have yet, but I don't see where it is in the environment. I want to see that door, that door, that door. Is it this one? I've been through this one already. There's two that I don't have yet, but there's only one door I haven't been through. That's someone giving up. Someone reasons they just need to have faith. Oh, I've been through here. What if a fan is the solution to this one, and I just haven't found it? This one goes to the yellow-shaped T-piece. Already got that one. Arigato gozaimasu. I can't figure it out. Too many magical mysteries. Legend untold throughout history. I'm dead set on the dial, though, because that's something we haven't seen in gaming for a long time. Touchpads were a great idea. Touchpads add a lot. But I say a dial is the next logical addition. They already have gyro aiming. Not all games even use gyro aiming. What's that shit that the PS5 controller has that makes it special? Does it have... What is it? Like force feedback triggers or some shit like that? It has some special shit with the triggers I don't even really fully understand. I want to say in my dream world where price is no object, the thumbsticks and triggers would work like those force feedback Microsoft Sidewinder joysticks from the late 1990s, where it's motorized and it fights back. But the price of that would be insane. We'd be looking at like $1,000 gamepads. And it would also eat up battery really quickly. So probably not now for the foreseeable future. Ooh, pretty. Everything's pretty in this fucking game. Maybe their game is to impose tech or spec limitations on VR titles, so the 3D games will run on their console well in VR mode, but also on their in the console standalone configuration. Although the speculation I've seen is that it's not x86 based, which doesn't make any sense to me, unless they make it really fucking easy to port games from one to the other. The speculation I've seen is that it's ARM based. Deckard? That doesn't seem right, does it? Because then you'd have to port your VR game to the Deckard and have a Deckard version of it separately. Which Oculus already did, so it's not totally unthinkable. It's just really confusing why they wouldn't just do that with the Steam Deck also. Oh, they stick together. Interesting. That's news to me. I can't believe that worked. You can throw the cube onto the other thing. That's the first thing that popped into my head. Look at that work like a champ. So it is exactly what I said they wouldn't do. It's motorized force feedback, but only for triggers. I guess if they have to choose one thing to motorize, the triggers make the most sense. Because it's single axis. So that's only one motor. Whereas you would need two motors for each thumbstick, for the X and Y axis. We're just not there yet. You know what gives me hope, though, that we're close? Is air compressors. Hold on, let me explain myself. I bought a air compressor for my car that's battery operated and is the size of like 2 decks of cards stacked together from Xiaomi. And I was amazed. But then I saw on Kickstarter there's an even smaller air compressor for bicycles that's the size of a roll of quarters. And I was like, how? How is there such a thing as a air compressor strong enough to inflate a bike tire plus an 18650 battery cell? Or actually it's RCR123A, so it's like half an 18650 that fits into a package that small. The only thing I can figure is there's been some kind of breakthrough in making stronger rare earth magnets. Because that's what it would take to make a smaller but stronger motor with a more favorable power to weight ratio. And that could be used in controllers. Oh, ceasing carries on escape. Samsara, appropriately named. These are all the variety of spiritual answers humans have come up with also. You knew how little you know, you wouldn't be exposing it here. These are all the same theories I've had. Here's an argument against adding all this shit to the controller. It increases the cost of the controller. But look at Wii U. No, actually don't look at Wii U. That's a terrible argument. That's an argument against expensive controllers. I want to say this is what would make it worth having a console at all, though. Except for the fact that it's also a PC. Or it can function as a PC. Which Valve would not be the first ones to do, by the way. The Atari, which I'm the only person left. I'm one of 5 people left that care about Atari. Who has fond memories of Atari. Has a VCS, which is a video computer system, and true to the word, it's usable as a computer. You can install an operating system onto it. Which used to be a huge thing in the 80s. Because computers were big money. They're like car money. And then we're talking 8-bit microcomputers. A lot of people were like, I don't want to have to buy a computer and a game system. When they're basically the same thing inside. So ColecoVision tried to be convertible to a computer. There was an Intellivision add-on that turned into a computer. There was the Atom console, I think, or was it BBC Micro? There were basically there's a bunch of consoles where they were already consoleized versions of home computers, and they were just missing the stuff they would need to be computers to cut down on costs in case you don't want one. But you could just add the stuff back in and it would run the same software. And none of them really took off. None of them were the winners of the console war. Can you imagine if that had been a standard feature? People still talk about how you could install Linux on a PS3. And that was an oddity. That was an exotic concept. It used to be that was what everybody in the industry thought was the right answer. Like, how could it not be? Here's Atari in 2021, still trying the same concept, still thinking that there are people who don't have a computer, for whom it's a compelling value proposition. If you can install a dual booting operating system. And it actually might be, if it had more than 8 gigs of RAM, although it is upgradable. It's not hard to open it up and add a bigger SSD and bigger RAM. You can't upgrade the GPU. You cannot upgrade the CPU. But you can add more RAM and you can add more storage space. It uses an M.2. It's Ryzen based. I feel like if they wanted to play that up, they should have shipped it with a wireless keyboard and mouse. What do I know? It's still kind of confusing. There are lots of things that seem like the obvious way forward at a moment in time in gaming development, like multimedia gaming. Choose your own adventure FMV games seemed like the hot new thing and the obvious future of gaming for a while, because what's better graphics than real life, right? If graphics are the name of the game. But that wasn't the right answer. And for a while, it looked like add-ons were the answer. PC Engine had a very successful CD add-on. Sega CD did well initially. That's when even Nintendo was considering a CD add-on with Sony. But that wasn't the right answer. And neither was, for some reason, neither was video computer systems. Huh. I can still use the little touchpads. I forget these are here sometimes. I never use the touchpads on the Valve Index controllers. I still don't know why they bother including ones this small. Fucking useless. Oh, hey, there's a... How'd I only just notice that? If I can displace that... I guess the downside of the idea is that people are used to playing games on their computer rather. So a machine that does both, but you have to reset it to boot into game console mode or computer mode. It's kind of an inherently obsolete idea. Because we already have machines where you can do both without having to turn it off and on again. If that makes sense. I see ladder top right over there, which means there's some way we can get over that wall. I think I fucked it already. There's some way to get that cube out from under there. Can I not duck? Both buttons jump. I can't duck under here. Why would I not be able to duck under here? Am I supposed to do this? Thank you. You're right, I can move fans. So I need to remove them from the walls they're on currently. Like that. Oh, alright. Thank you. That was the key I needed. Question is how to get close enough to it. I have to turn that off to get that fan. It's not clear how, though. Oh, here we go. There we go. That's not where I need it to be. What if I... How do I interrupt the blue laser? Oh, wait, you know what? How the fuck? Okay, so this hallway goes around back there. Let's go all the way around here. What does this do? I already did that one. This is a tricky one. Let's see. Name of the game now is Interrupting the Blue Laser. So I can stop that fan. Oh, you know what I could do? I could hold one of these. No? Oh, there's a cube. It's standing on a cube. See that? There's a cube. Can I jump up 2 cubes high? Or will that stop me from being able to get on them? No, I can't get on top of it now. I don't see how to do anything. That must not be how I use cubes here. What if I attach them sideways? Will that work? Remember last time, must have been 15 minutes ago, I attached them vertically. Then I was able to tip them over. Like a little worker ant. What do you mean that doesn't work? Why would that not work? Why would that not work? What if I can use these to boost the height of cubes? No, not like that. That's not what I wanted to do. I mean, like, put that there. Put this here. No, they won't occupy the same space. Okay, fuck. I was warned. This was really hard. A good puzzle game ought to be. Let's see. What am I missing? I know from jumping up high that beacon, that relay, is sitting on another cube. So there's one more cube I can get access to if I can get back there somehow. That's where the emitter is. I feel like they're pointing me when Leonardo DiCaprio was pointing at shit. Monkey's point. Can I cheese my way around it? I cannot. What can I even do with what I have then? Let me try some of the ones I haven't done much with. This has got to do something, right? I've got so many fans. Not those kinds of... Unfortunately, not those kinds of fans. But the fans I do have, I cherish. Alright, should there be one here? What's the point of these? It'll move me around. It should also move cubes. There's a ladder back there, which implies I can use the cubes to get into that space, but how? That doesn't make sense unless there's some way to get over these walls. Can I put fans on cubes? Yes, you can. Fans can go on cubes. But to what end? For what purpose am I able to do that? Fucking... Actually, I should get a peek inside the other... Is that on a cube also? Two boxes will stack. Why? But I can't pick them back up. I can't pick two boxes up at the same time. Here's what happens if I stack them. Great, you got two boxes stacked, right? But look, if I take this one, they pop apart again. Nyum. It's got to be something to do with moving boxes around without touching them. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? No, that's stupid. That won't work. There's no way that can work. That can't work, can it? Let's try it. Let's see what happens. We put this here. Get up there. Put this on here. They stay stacked when they're moving. Could I use this fan to get on top of the box while holding another fan? That's... no, when it... Could that be it? Do I move myself while I'm standing on the boxes? Let's give it a shot. I would have to be holding a fan too. There's no way for me to get on top of it though. Is there? No. I feel like I'm close to something. Like if I can get on top of the two boxes before the wind starts and then start the wind while I'm standing on the boxes, it'll push me to where I can use the boxes to get on top of level geometry. Like that. Use this to get on top of it somehow? I don't see how. That doesn't seem like it works. I have this risk of sounding like a big gay faggot. I love VR immensely. VR gaming is fun. If you ever wondered who's this for, this guy. I'm making two thumbs. You can't tell because this doesn't have really great finger tracking. It's just gaming, but better. I love it. I understand people have differing opinions about it. It does help to have a really good headset, and it helps to be interested enough to seek out content actively, because they don't really advertise it. Can I get on top of it this way? Oh, there we go. I've discovered something. Even gamepad VR is just gamepad PC gaming, but with a better monitor. I think that'll be more true for more people once we get better HMDs of monitor-like resolution, or pixel density, I should say. A lot of people cannot get over the lower resolution. If you're a boomer, internet years, then you gamed on like PS1 and N64, where a lot of games were 320 by 240, and they just used the fuzziness of TVs to disguise it. So it's not a show-stopping problem. Honestly, this is good enough. It looks already worlds better than the CV1 did. Okay, the hallway, which leads back there, wraps around to over here. Oh shit! That's allowed? Really? I figured it out and I didn't even do it on purpose. You can jump that distance, apparently, from the boxes. I've got it all figured out now. Oh, but I would need a box. I need to be carrying a box with me. So I need to grab one of these. Put this here. Go here. But then grab this box back. That actually works. That is janky as fuck. That feels like a mechanic discovered by accident. How did my arms reach that? I'll never know and I'll never care. Aha, bitches. That's why it's on a block. But to what end? What did that accomplish? I can't get back there again now. That's all there was to do back there, right? I hope so. Well, what if I can do this? Fuck, come on, really? If I had one more block... Wait a minute. I should have put one here to jump onto that wall. Shouldn't I have? This fan would have let me jump onto there, and then I could have jumped onto... Let me restart checkpoint. I'm pretty sure I fucked it up. I got it now. This has got to work. I'm a dumb fool if it doesn't work. This has got to work. There we go. Almost. I don't even know if this is intended. You can't jump onto those. It doesn't let you. Fuck. How could that be wrong? How could that be wrong? How did I do it before? I got this to work last time. I was able to grab this last time. Looks like I can jump to it, but I can't grab it. That surely must be what you're intended to do, though. Yeah, there's nothing back here. I was right the first time. I was supposed to put the thing where I put it. At least one of these is supposed to go there. This game is a bit jank. It's a little bit. I say that out of affection. How did I do it last time? How did I do this last time? I did it before. Or maybe you're supposed to carry a fan with you as the weight. You are supposed to do that. I was fucking around last time. I did something you're not supposed to do. At least I hope so. Otherwise, I've ruined everything. That has a fan under it. Well, we've retreaded our footsteps. We're at least to where we were last time. We know there's nothing back there of value anymore. That's even higher than before, but the question is why? Maybe we can use this and these to grab that box. You think it would be that easy? But actually, you can even go further than that. Almost. Almost. If I can get us close enough, I can grab that box. Fuck, come on, you fucking shit. It seems like that's got to be what it's intended for. A fan on the wall, one at each ground spot. Jump over the wall in front of the fan. You get blown over the wall. I found on which wall? Horizontal wall? This wall? Shit. What does that accomplish? I want that cube. It really feels like that's got to be what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm going to read your instructions again in a second. Blown over the wall. Sounds lewd, but it also sounds correct. It's not quite... This can't be right. It's too difficult. If this was the right answer, it would be easier. Oh, you know what, actually? What if... What if this... I don't know what this will do. I don't know if this will help us or hurt us. But it might do one of the two. This is what I want to do in VR, is explore and puzzle. No, it just knocks them over. Now I gotta do this again. Actually, now I can't get that fan back. I gotta restart. Whoosh. That's not what you do. So that... We learned something, though. We learned that running into things doesn't... or does break the boxes apart. Which means we accomplished nothing by trying to stop them from their motion in the way that I did. That doesn't work. Thank you for joining, Davey Sword. It's been a while. So it's been a while since I saw Samantha Roney. I hope that person is doing well. Hope they're healthy and happy and enjoying life. I wish... This is a monkey paw wish. I might regret this. But I do often wish I could have the entire old gang back at one time. Those were good times. And it's still good times with the ones that are the ride or die bros that stuck around. I should give credit to the ride or die bros before I worry about the people who don't show up every time. The tendency is always to chase after the black sheep, though. The prodigal son or daughter. Depending on one's view. They seem like they had some stuff going on, though. I felt some concern. Remember they had really cool frogs and lizards and snakes, though. Hey, wait a minute. I could probably... I would have to be holding the cube for that. I can hold the cube and ride the fans, can't I? I don't know if that's useful for anything. I don't know what that'll help me do. It's stuck in my hand. Is this a bug? It is stuck in my hand now. That's not supposed to be that way. Get off of my hand. I can't get it out of my hand. It's stuck. There we go. Never mind. That's weird. Let me think. Weren't we trying to do something with these blocks earlier like this? Like, I put this here. Then the question is how to get onto it, though. It goes here. No, this goes... Get up there. I'm just happy to have two lighthouses again. Well, it may turn out that I had them RMA unnecessarily. I think we're on to something. I think I jump onto the cube stack. Yes, that's what I was thinking too. Very good. Excelsior. But then I need a fan here to do that. Is the problem. I can't get that back once I do that. I can't. Is there one more fan I forgot about somewhere? These have to be over here too. I feel strongly we're onto something. I just don't know what yet. Okay, that works. I can jump there. But I need a fan though. I need one fan that I put somewhere I forgot about. I can't grab that one back because I use that as a weight. I can only get that one. Oh, this one. No, wait, then that doesn't work. Fuck. Well, then how's this gonna work then? No, it didn't work. I thought the same thing as you. Shit, I thought that would... That seemed like it would for sure work. How could that not work? How does that not work? Seems like the obvious solution. Can I do that? Is that a kosher move? No, it doesn't let you jump and put a box under you. That would have been an obvious strat. What did that accomplish? What was the point of elevating that box? What was the point of elevating that box there? Back corner extra fan other way. This way? This one? Why? What would that accomplish? Is this the wall you want to jump over? I don't think there's anything over here. I don't see any... If there was anything over here, there would be a ladder. I don't see the tips of a ladder. So there wouldn't be any way to get back. Yeah, see, there's nothing. There's just rubble. Hmm. So what I want to do is disrupt power to that fan. Question is, how do I go about that? We know fans can get you high enough to stand on these. That doesn't accomplish shit, though. We've learned something else today. Fans don't block lasers. Too high. The boxes will keep you from going too high. The red laser fan launches you over the wall. That wall? I've been over that one. They can only launch me over the wall if they're at an angle. Those are the only ones that function as jump pads, is 45-degree fans. This is where this was to begin with. It's neither one of those. Why is there a ladder there? Is what I want to know. Surely the fans go where they weren't to begin with. Surely that's what you're supposed to do. Surely. There's one there. Stuck to my hand again. The sensor in my index controller is apparently dying. Oh, there we go. That knocks them apart. No matter what I do, that knocks them apart. It's like Sokoban now. How do you propose I get launched diagonally? Red laser fan. That fan. I'll do what you say. I'll trust you. I don't know why. I just don't have any ideas of my own anymore. Can you imagine something like an AI with an 1000 IQ watching me try to solve this? Like screaming. Like I have no mouth but I must scream. Maybe that's what that was about. This doesn't seem to work. I don't want to put the red laser fan, because then if I put the red laser fan back... there's no fan here, by the way. I went to great lengths to remove this. That's what caused that to go up. I should try a different one. I shouldn't give up so easily on things, though. Can I cheese this? It wouldn't let me do that so easily, would it? Nothing inside there except for sand. Question is, what the fuck is this for? That would blow over there. You're not wrong. I see what you mean. This one was for blocking that laser once upon a time. So we can probably anticipate that one doesn't get used again. That fan there was just to block your access to itself until you block the red laser, so I don't think we use that again. That fan over there can't be used to blow anything this way because it would run into the ground fans. So that one and that one we can discount. We can write those off. This one I haven't figured out yet. These ones I think get us over this wall. I mean, we can do that again, just for the heck of it. So we know that's a thing we can do. Hang on, can we jump from here to over there? No, we can't. It won't let us. If we could reach over there, then we'd fucking be onto something. Is this the same height as that wall? Oh, you know what? Chai, you know what? Chai, you know what? We can actually jump from the air onto these boxes, which means I had the right idea before. You fucking know what? If I can jump... No, come on, let me... There we go. I need a place I can jump from here. Oh, that doesn't accomplish anything. That just gets me back there. Never mind. Fuck. I thought I was onto something. I still feel like I'm onto something, but I don't know what. It's inaccessible on purpose. I can't jump over there. There's no footsteps appearing. If I could jump over to there. I don't think this accomplishes anything, but I bet I can jump between these. That kind of works. All right, we know... Wait a minute. What'd I just do? Hold on, what'd I just do? These have a footprint that appears upon them. Oh, they have to be installed. Never mind. I thought these might be jumping pads in another sense. We're finding things out. We're being scientists. Is there any way to get through there? I didn't really look closely enough, did I? Oh, this doesn't mean we have to restart again. This is the thing, the enclosure. That doesn't accomplish anything. We brought this over though now, so we have to use it. So that's got to be right. That's got to be what that's for. I think we've done everything there is to do over here. There's something to do with this wind path. This does something. It's not clear what yet. Maybe that way. Fuck, again? Come on, stop doing that. Really now. This is getting silly. Well now. Oh. Fucking nothing over here though. That would have been a waste anyhow. That accomplished nothing either. That fan did nothing. This fan, on the other hand... Fuck, that doesn't do it either. Shit. What the fuck? Maybe we have to give up on this one too. I went over my head. What was the importance of elevating that? Can I knock that down with another box? Is there someone to grab that out of the air? We'll not lose our progress. And come back to this. We're over time though. Sorry I wasted all my time on that puzzle. Figured it out, now what? I mean, the purpose is to bring it into a purpose. I guess we'll have to figure out what the rest of this shit is next time. Wish I could say that was a fruitful use of our time. We solved some puzzles. Oh, the mouse house camera is fucked up. Gotta fix that. We solved some of the puzzles. I think seem to have broken my cat of the habit of sleeping on the desk, so we don't have cat cam anymore. That's kind of sad. Maybe I'll talk her into... If we do more VR gaming, I don't have to see the monitors, so we could have more cat cam from time to time. But that's gonna keep me up at night. What the fuck the solution to that puzzle is. Sorry we spent so much of this time on troubleshooting. Hopefully, I wish I could promise that won't happen again, but that seems to be a mainstay of this stream, is just fixing stuff that during the stream I should have fixed before it or after. That is all for this time, though. Thank you for joining and sticking along for the wild ride, Mr. Bones' wild ride. Nice to see you again, Davey Sword. Don't you be a stranger now. You can see me again on Monday. Same ham time, same ham channel. That's 7 o'clock p.m. West Coast time to 11 o'clock p.m. This is your friendly neighborhood ham dad signing off and returning you to your regularly scheduled sleepy time.